Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. May I remind the delegates that rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 shall apply in this sitting. Honorable delegates, I have been informed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. We shall now proceed to the order of the day, which is the consideration of report of Select Committee on Finance, 2025 Fiscal Framework and Revenue Proposal. I do have the speakers list before me, as this will be debated today in the House. I now call upon Honorable Ndlovu, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, to open the debate.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
But no.
Madam Chair.
Honorable, I have not noted you, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable Ndlovu, can you please take your seat? On which rule are you rising on, Honorable Badenhorst?
Madam Chair, I'm rising on Rule 69(2). Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at the Select Committee of Finance meeting yesterday, there were irregularities with regards to procedure. And in terms of the Section 8.4 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, it is my duty to bring this to your attention in terms of a formal letter that was sent to you by the leader of the Democratic Alliance in the NCOP. And I therefore object to the proceedings taking place now in terms of that report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. I must indicate that indeed I did receive a letter, I think an hour ago, from the House Chairperson of Committees, and accordingly, I am looking at that letter, and I will then respond to the letter just before close of business today. And I want to refer you once again to Rule 65, which then says that none of us seated here today can anticipate the discussion of the matter that is appearing on the paper order if we can allow the chairperson of the Select Committee an opportunity to present the report of the Select Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your comments are noted.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Ndlovu.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair, for the protection. Honorable House Chair, the Deputy Honorable House Chair, the Chief Whip, Honorable Mimang, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Masondo, the delegates, the provincial delegates from different provinces, the special delegates present here, and our staff, good afternoon. Honorable members, on the 17th of March 2025, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, tabled the 2025 National Budget in terms of Section 27 of the Public Finance Management Act, number 1 of 1999, and Section 7 of the Money Bill Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, number 9 of 2009 Money Bill Act. The fiscal framework gives effect to the National Executive macroeconomic policies and includes Estimates of all revenue proposals, budgetary and extra budgetary, specified separately, estimated to be raised during this period. Estimates of all the expenditure, budgetary and extra budgetary, specified separately for that period. Estimate of borrowing for that period. Estimate of interest and debt servicing charges, and an indication of the contingency reserve necessary for an appropriate response to emergencies or other temporary needs and other factors based on similar objective criteria. Section 8.1, Honorable Chairperson, requires that the National Assembly and the Council and National Council of Provinces must refer the fiscal framework to their respective committees on finance. Section 8.3 of the Money Bill Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act requires that committees must, within 16 days after the tabling of the national budget or as soon as reasonable possibly thereafter, report to the National Assembly or the National Council of Provinces, which is this House, as the case requires, on the fiscal framework. The report the House is considering today is a result of an extensive process. The Minister and the Deputy Minister and the Director General of the National Treasury, together with the Commissioner of SARS, Commissioner Edward Kisveter, briefed the committees on finance on 14 May 2025. The committees received post-budget tabling inputs from the PBO, that is the Parliamentary Budget Office, and the FFC, that is Fiscal and Financial and Fiscal Commission, on 18 March 2025 as required by the money bills. And the committees held public hearings on 25 March 2025 and received an unprecedented 51 submission, Honorable Chairperson, 29 written and 22 oral. The process which was followed by the committee is in line with the Money Bill Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act and the Rule of Parliament. The committee agreed to accept the fiscal framework. In considering its report on the fiscal framework and revenue proposal, the committee made various observations and recommendations. The committee noted the National Treasury's economic strategy, which focuses on maintaining microeconomic stability, implementing structural reforms, building state capability, and supporting growth, enhancing public infrastructure investment. The committee aimed at putting the economy on a higher growth trajectory, including focusing on not only on the supply side constraint, but also on stimulating demand. While recognizing that the economic growth is a shared responsibility across government, the committee urged for the implementation of structural reform and creating of a conducive environment for job creation and investment. Central to our debt challenges are on an economy that is not growing to respond to the social and economic demand of our country. The committee, Honorable Chairperson, noted that gross fixed capital formation averaged 3.9% in 2023, and it is estimated to have contracted by 3.6% in 2024, at expected recovery of 5.0% in 2025 and 5.2% in 2026. This reflects substantial growth projection over the medium term, Honorable Chairperson. The committee, however, welcomes additional allocation for infrastructure investment over the medium, totaling over 1 trillion, and believes that coupled with the Operation Vulindlela reforms, this will enhance infrastructure development and help stimulate economic growth to create much needed jobs, especially in labor-intensive sectors such as the construction sector. The committee noted that Operation Vulindlela agenda relies heavily on the private sector investment, which has not been adequately forthcoming. Acknowledging some progress achieved in implementing economic reforms, that the committee recommends a sustained moment in implementing domestic reforms that support growth while maintaining macroeconomic stability. The economy noted that the stakeholders and contradictory views on this fiscal strategy, with the PBO advocating for expansionary fiscal policy, arguing that fiscal consolidation failed to reduce high level of debt and is hindering economic growth and exacerbating structural unemployment. poverty and equality. While the FFC proposed that the government should embark on a clear fiscal consolidatory path, which achieves a zero balance budget within 3 to 5 years and restore fiscal sustainability. The committee recommends that National Treasury should provide a written response to the PBO and FFC and the stakeholders' proposed fiscal path. The committee welcomes the government's continued commitment to maintain the social wage, which is expected to account for about 61% of total non-interest spending over the medium term. The committee also welcomes the additional amount set aside for infrastructure projects, SRD grants, and above inflation increases in social grant and provisional allocation for frontline services supporting teachers, ECDs, nurses, and doctors. We remain deeply concerned about persistently high rate of unemployment, particularly amongst the youth, which measures the 31.9% in the fourth quarter of 2024, equating to 8 million unemployed people. We welcome the decline of the unemployment rate of graduates from 9.8% in quarter 3 of 2004 to 8.7% in quarter 4 of 2024. This significant the importance of education in fighting unemployment and poverty alleviation. The committee welcomes the additional 8.8 billion allocation for public employment programs in 2025-2026 and recommends that the National Treasury should regularly report on progress made on the implementation of public employment programs such as Community Works Program, Presidential Employment Initiative, including the Employment Tax Initiative. The committee noted SARS estimates tax gap of about 800 billion, and that even with the 30% recovery rate. This will yield over 200 billion in additional revenue. The committee urges SARS to intensify efforts to close the tax gap, combat tax fraud, evasion, illicit trade, and illicit financial outflows, and report progress regularly. The committee welcomes the 7.5 billion medium-term allocation to SARS, including 3.5 billion in 2025-2026. This will capacitate SARS to collect the much-needed revenue to close the gap, to close the tax gap. Honorable Chairperson, the committee therefore acknowledges that while the VAT increase contributes significantly to the revenue framework, it raises serious equity concern and must be carefully monitored for its impact on low-income households. There is a need for ongoing assessment of mitigation measures and transparency regarding the revenue raise and how it supports inclusive expenditure priority. The committee noted a wide range of alternative revenue proposals put forward by stakeholders, including the introduction of a progressive wealth tax, taxation of luxury goods, reform of existing tax, incentive the strategy use of gold and foreign exchange revenue account, that is GFACRA, supply and negotiation of SACU revenue sharing arrangement. While the committee acknowledged that the National Treasury provided a comprehensive response to these proposals, it also notes National Treasury's reluctance to the implementation of these measures, often citing concerns around feasibility, implementation timelines, and potential microeconomic risks. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance facilitate the receipt of substitute revenue proposal from the committee. Therefore, together with corresponding...
Honorable Ndlovu, can you please take your seat? Honorable Makhesin, on which rule are you standing on?
Rule 69, subsection 2.
Which
Because
one?
Rule 69. Because now in report said the figure recommendation. I thought we take Honorable Dwatinos because asiyazi bezawuthetha ngantoni. But siyayiva uba uthetha nge-report that is table.
Honorable Makhesin, can I once again...
till she finish or what?
Can I once again request you to observe Rule 65? As I have indicated earlier on, we cannot anticipate.
No, she's on
Speaker,
recommendation.
she's still not done with her report.
So you want her
You
to
will
finish
have
the
a
report regardless of
Can
the
I?
submission
No,
that
no, I
you
don't want a
submitted?
dialogue, Honorable
No, Chair,
Makesini.
no.
You will be
No.
afforded an opportunity to reply to what has been said.
Report, recommendation.
Honorable
Why must you allow
Makesini,
her
can
to
you
finish?
please take your seat?
No, it's unfair,
Can you
Chairperson,
take a
please.
seat, please? Thank you very much. Honorable Ndlovu, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The committee recommended the Minister of Finance facilitate the receipt of substitute revenue proposal from the committee together with corresponding expenditure savings that will form the basis of an alternative revenue proposal instead of proposed 0.5 percentage point increase in VAT for the 2025-2026 financial year, effective 1 May 2025, in respect of which the committee has expressed serious concern. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the alternative revenue proposals and expenditure savings to balance the 28 billion shortfall, which must effectively suspend the proposed increase, be finalized and submitted by the committee to process within 30 days for consideration and adoption for this report by the House. The committee appreciates the National Treasury's comprehensive response to complex and challenging issues raised. The committee urges the National Treasury and SARS to further engage with the relevant civil society organizations and other stakeholders to find practical solutions to the issues raised and recommendations made during the public participation process. The committee reaffirmed that the FFC is an independent constitutional advisory institution established under Section 220 of the Constitution to provide Parliament and organs of state with impartial, evidence-based advice on intergovernmental fiscal relations and the equitable divisions of nationally raised revenue. In line with Section 214 and 221 of the Constitution, National Treasury has an obligation to meaningfully consult with the FFC when formulating the fiscal framework, budget allocation, and policy decisions that affect national, provincial, and local government finances. The committee stresses that the recommendations of the FFC should not merely be noted, but be substantively considered and engaged with during the budget processes. The committee recommended that National Treasury strengthen its consultation process with the FFC and ensure transparency in responding to its recommendation and restore a constructive working relationship based on mutual respect for constitutional roles and responsibilities. Honorable Chairperson, we also observed that the time allocated for processing the fiscal framework under the Money Bills Act is insufficient and meaningful engagement with stakeholders and recommend that Parliament review these timelines to allow for more inclusive public participation. The DA, the MKP, and the EFF proposed amendments to the fiscal framework and did not enjoy support amongst themselves. As a consequence, the committee did not agree to the proposed amendment. Honorable Chairperson, having considered the 2025 fiscal framework, the revenue proposals, and the Select Committee on Finance accepted the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Order, Honorable Delegates, order. I'm now calling upon the next speaker, Honorable Ryder. You've got 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, this institution witnessed an aberration of process as the Standing Committee on Finance and the Select Committee on Finance met jointly to process a report on the 2025 fiscal framework. I think it speaks volumes that the legal advisors to Parliament are present today in the administration box. The meeting was scheduled to take place from 10 o'clock until 1 o'clock in committee room S35. The room was entirely unsuitable for the meeting, with no streaming facilities, insufficient seating, and a lack of space for the many journalists and TV cameras that predictably showed an interest in the deliberations of this seminal engagement as a key component of the most controversial budget since the inception of our democracy was to be considered. The meeting continued until after 6 p.m. in direct conflict with Rule 121.2 of the National Council of Provinces. The more than 8-hour-long meeting was marred by indecision, unclear processes, inconsistent rulings, an unscheduled 90-minute break, which was announced as a 5-minute break, and multiple blatant refusals to seek legal advice or guidance. Honourable members, the role of a committee chair is to steer the work of the committee to ensure that parliamentary process is above reproach,
Madam Chair.
and that the work of Parliament happens in a manner.
Honorable Ryder, can you please take your seat? Yes, honorable member, on which rule are you rising on?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Which rule?
I'm rising on rule 69, subsection 2. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, well, the report has been presented and completed, and then you indicated that, well, after the presentation, you will rule on the matter. We cannot proceed, Madam Chair, with the report, which is outside the perimeters of the law.
Honorable member, I don't think you heard me correctly. I said there is no way in which you can object to someone before they could even utter a word. It's like you're putting the cart before the horse. Allow the horse to bolt, and thereafter, we've created a platform for everyone to come and express his views about the matter that is before us. Hence, an opportunity for this debate. Can we please allow the processes of the House to happen? And accordingly, we can not come here. You had an opportunity to raise whatever that you're raising here in the portfolio committee, of which you had that liberty to do that. Please allow the House to proceed with its business. And of course, this will be subjected for consideration and ultimately voting at the end of the session. You do still have an opportunity, that latitude to express your views. Please, Honorable Ryder, can you proceed? Your order is not sustained, Honorable Member.
But the horse has been bolted, mos civility.
Honorable Makesini,
Why must
Honorable Mahokesini, can you please be orderly, my
No,
sister?
but Chairperson,
Please be
you are
orderly.
also quoting a wrong.
Can you be orderly? Proceed, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, the role of a committee chair is to steer the work of the committee to ensure that parliamentary process is above reproach and that the work of Parliament happens in a manner that reflects democracy and meets the requirements of our laws. While the meeting was to be co-chaired by the chairs of both houses' finance committees, Mr. Joe Masonganye took the lead for the majority of the meeting. He started out the meeting by sowing confusion, inviting the Honourable Dr. Mark Burke to table an amendment to the last section of the report before we had even begun considering the report. This request was unprecedented and was, of course, roundly rejected by most members present. The move, however, set the tone for the rest
Honourable
of the day.
Chair, point of order.
Honorable Ryder, please take your seat. Honorable Badinost, on which rule are you standing on?
I'm rising on Rule 68(1).
Please do proceed.
Even as I'm rising on this rule, the honourable member over there, Honourable Khadebe, is having a soliloquy on his own. I don't know if he wants to entertain himself or what he's doing, but he's having a big chat on his own while we're delivering a debate here. And it's a very important debate, Chair.
Yeah.
This is a debate that can change the course of this country. So I'm going to ask him to respect the speaker.
Honorable members, please be orderly. What the honorable member is raising, it's valid. Please, let's be orderly. Proceed, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable members, can I please request that we be orderly and let's observe the decorum and the rules of the House?
Point of order, Chair. Rule 61.
I have noted you,
Oh.
Honorable Teza. Please
Okay.
switch off your mic. Honorable Teza, you can take your stand. You can speak now.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing us. I do think that you are within the rules in terms of the unbecoming behavior in the House.
On which rule are you
I'm
standing
rising on
Honorable
rule
Teza?
69. Yes. Yeah, I remember I was rising on rule 61 in the House, into 69, and raising rule 61.
Hayi ujabulile namhlanje Honorable Teza. Ngizokususa lapho ubuyelele ekhaya eMpumalanga. Honorable Makhesini uyakumosha lapho buyela lapha endaweni yakho. Honorable Badenhorst, you can proceed. Ryder, sorry.
Yeah, I will.
No. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The move, however, set the tone for the rest of the day, as it seemed that the Chair was making up procedure as the meeting developed, and members had to repeatedly call for consistency and clarity of process. Neither was achieved. At the heart of the discussion was the controversial VAT hike announced by Minister Godongwana. The original 2% ANC VAT hike had been reduced to a 1% increase, albeit spread over 2 budgetary cycles. Now, it matters not whether you agree that it was the Democratic Alliance that defeated the economy-killing, inflation-driving and anti-poor solution that was proposed by the minister. What matters is that if the ANC still had their majority in both houses, we would have had a 2% VAT hike forced down on us with little resistance, as the executive continued their dominance over MPs. Without the DA's influence, we would all be forking out more for just about everything that we buy in our endeavours to put food on our tables for our families. Now, Action SA, through their representative in the National Assembly, eventually in the meeting yesterday, tabled an amendment to the fiscal framework, which their inexperienced MP quickly changed to a recommendation, which suggested a 30-day window for the minister to make things better. The repeated assertions by members present that there is no legal basis in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act fell on deaf ears, with a flat refusal by the Chair to take legal advice. Debate raged on and alternative amendments were tabled and considered by various parties. The end result was simple. The ANC saw a gap and grasped the opportunity that allows them to continue with the VAT hike, buying time for themselves, but at the expense of every South African. When it came time for finalisation of the report in the Standing Committee, the Action SA recommendation was chosen above the actual fiscal framework amendments proposed by Dr. Burke and others. South Africa was sold out by a party that last week assured everyone in our country that they would not back the budget. When the NCOP's Select Committee came to vote, it was a different story. Again, process was flouted, and a few false starts later, the report was defeated by the committee. That is right, honourable members, the report before us could not be agreed upon by a majority of members of the committee present. And so, we as a council are asked to adopt this report in spite of this. But everyone has spoken out about it. Nobody liked the report sufficiently to let it pass. And of course, the NCOP and NA reports need to speak to each other, which they don't. This is all unprecedented. Honourable members, VAT is a regressive tax. It hurts the very people that we as government and members of parliament seek to help. It also drives inflation as business passes on its higher costs. This, of course, drives interest rates up, making life more expensive and eating into the ability of South Africans to create jobs. The result is more unemployment, higher cost of living, and all of this to fund government spending which does not prioritise value for money, and has proven over the past 30 years to have limited positive impact on growth and wealth for most South Africans. Focusing on cutting wasteful spending is what this country needs. Focusing on ending corruption is what this country needs. Focusing on spending that has broad positive impacts on economic growth and jobs is what this country needs. This is not the focus of the fiscal framework before us. This is, however, the focus of the Democratic Alliance's proposals to improve the framework. The report before us, honourable members, is a mischaracterization of what transpired at the meeting yesterday. No party accepted the report. All parties, including the African National Congress, proposed changes. That is why, honourable members, the report had to be ATC'd 3 times before they got it right. During the processing of the fiscal framework, an unprecedented number of public submissions were received. 97% of those submissions rejected the fiscal framework. The Democratic Alliance joins that 97%. We reject the report and we reject the framework. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now afford Honorable Siwisa to take the podium. You've got 15 minutes.
Chairperson, before we can start our debate, I need to say justice for Cwecwe, a 7-year-old girl that was raped. Until today, the mother is looking for justice. And we cry with the family ka Cwecwe, and we hope that justice is she's going to find justice, and the perpetrators are going to be found. Sikhala nawe mama ka Cwecwe, we are in your prayers every time. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. We reject this report as it does not take into consideration South Africa's economic realities, and instead it continues to be based on outdated economic policies which seek to increase VAT. Chairperson, as the economic freedom fighters, we have written a letter to you, Chairperson of the NCOP, requesting the urgent withdrawal of the report on the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals adopted unconstitutionally yesterday at the Joint Finance Committee meeting. In the letter, we outline how the report was approved without adherence to key statutory requirements outlined in the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2029. What occurred in yesterday's meeting was that the committee members were never directly asked by the chairperson to decide whether to accept or amend the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal. Instead, we were only asked to vote on the adoption of the report, reject it, or reserve rights to vote. The procedural flaw is fundamental, as instead of a transparent process of amendments, what we witnessed yesterday was a mockery of democratic oversight. And today in this August House, we also reject this report as it has come clear that the so-called GNU has failed completely to craft a growth and job-oriented budget for our people. And we know this to be true, Chairperson, as today South Africa is currently faced with a high unemployment rate, which currently sits at 33.2%. Our people are jobless, and there are no plans for job creations other than EPWP and internships that exploits our graduates. And there exist no believable plans in place on how this country will ever combat unemployment through initiating industrialization and revival of certain industries like the textile industry. The budget presented does not put forward a believable or implementable plan to revive the economy through localization and industrialization, even in the face of South Africa's unemployment rate, which has reached alarming levels. The National Treasury has for years implemented regressive austerity measures, cutting spending on essential public services while failing to stimulate economic growth. These budget cuts have resulted in stagnation, the deepening of structural unemployment, and a crisis in service delivery. Yet, despite clever evidence that austerity has failed, Treasury remains trapped in its approach, unwilling to explore progressive alternatives that would rescue the economy that is in current collapse. Chairperson, what is required in a sophisticated policy which shall create employment and economic growth? But we have today in a ruling party that advocates for increasing the VAT with 0.5% in the financial year of 2025-2026, with a possibility of increase of another 0.5% in the financial year 2026-2027. And as the EFF, we reject the proposed VAT increase. As the government cannot continue to look forward for the poor to finance its incompetence while pretending the profits of big businesses and white monopoly capital. We also reject suggestions made by others that the fiscal framework and the revenue proposals tabled by the Minister of Finance has nothing to do with the VAT increase. This is misleading, Chairperson. Value-added tax must remain at 14% to protect the poor and the working class against the burden of regressive taxation. As the economic freedom fighters, we have stood here and on many platforms and have consistently offered you workable solutions. As the EFF, we propose an amendment to adjust personal income tax brackets in line with inflation. This will prevent workers from being unfairly pushed into a higher tax bracket due to the rising cost of living. We propose an increase in corporate income. We propose an increase in corporate income tax by 1.5% points in the 2025-2026 financial year and by a further 2% points in 2026-2027 to ensure that large corporations continue more meaningfully to national development. As the EFF, we also propose the introduction of wealth tax on underutilized and luxury holdings. This will include progressive tax on land that is undeveloped, particularly the land used for game farming, private reserves, and recreational estates, which serves no productive or development purpose. We propose a once-off wealth tax on all trusts established before 1994. These trusts were often used to preserve apartheid-era wealth and shield assets from democratic distribution. We propose an annual declaration and a levy on inherited assets exceeding 10 million rands. This will maximize revenue collection from inherited wealth and wealth generated through creation of history, inequalities, and monopolies in the industry. And lastly, Chairperson, we have today, as the EFF, offered you a workable solution, but we know that our proposal will not be taken into account by the ruling party, as the ruling party has no interest in uplifting the poor, and as it is only interested in continuing onslaught of the poor and working class. As the EFF, we wish to assure the people of South Africa today that we will continue to use our legislative role to ensure the poor are protected from the senseless fiscal plan. And as the EFF chairperson, the processes as they went today, I think we'll only meet in court and decide whether what happened today and yesterday, was it constitutional or unconstitutional. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. I'm now inviting the MEC of Finance, Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, hailing all the way from Eastern Cape, Honorable Mvoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to the honorable members of the House. Honorable Chairperson, the Eastern Cape welcomes the opportunity of presenting our views and deliberations on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. The province is fully aware that despite low economic growth and tax revenue caps, the proposed national fiscal framework, which is anchored on fiscal consolidation measures and new tax proposals, will enable government to contain budget deficits, limit borrowing requirements, and associated debt service costs moving forward. The 2025-26 Consolidated National Fiscal Framework makes provision for the adjusting of provincial equitable share allocation based on new data updates. This increase is mainly due to the data from Census 2022 and the updated 2024 mid-year population estimates, which have shown that for the Eastern Cape, as an example, the provincial population has increased from 6.676 million as per the 2022 mid-year population estimates to 7.176 million in the 2024 mid-year population estimates. In addition, the budget allocation to provinces increased due to the continued support provided to respond to the compensation of employees' pressures emanating from the wage agreements, as well as from the allocation to the Department of Education for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative in the 2025-26 financial year. In the previous financial years, when equitable share to provinces was cut to address national pressures, such as the bailout of national public entities, the Eastern Cape province requested transparency by disclosing in the budget documents the contribution or contributions by provinces over time towards bailout of SOEs, towards fiscal consolidation and debt repayments. While in the 2025 MTF, no budget cuts were made to the province, a lasting solution must be sought to strengthen and sustain our fiscal position and predictability in the budget allocation for the outer years. As the Eastern Cape, we further require transparency on the vertical split across the three spheres of government along similar lines as the horizontal split of the division of revenue amongst the 9 provinces, which is formula-based. The province supports the review of the provincial equitable share to include the proposed introduction of the provincial equitable share component to include the cost of service delivery, which emphasizes rural provinces, which has higher costs due to the vast distances that are covered. We note and support the review of conditional grants by the National Treasury, together with the national sector departments and provinces, aiming to enhance the effectiveness of conditional grants. Furthermore, the equitable share formula restricts the province to prioritize the funding of the economic sector, as the formula favors the social sector at 75%, of which 48% is for education and 27% is for health. Within the Eastern Cape province, the allocation to the social sector is even more, at 79%, due to the unique developmental challenges and social infrastructure backlogs that persist. As a result, very limited financial resources in the province are directed to the economic sector to drive inclusive growth. As a province, we're also concerned about the expansion of additional policy and expenditure commitments assigned to provincial departments of education, health, social development, and cooperative governance and traditional affairs without the concomitant funding from national government. The most recent funding shortfalls relate to the provision of the Bella Act for the universalization of grade R in health, the funding for medical professionals and allied health workers, and insufficient funding for disaster responses. Within the current economic reforms, an expanded approach is needed to put up our country on a growth path, which will in turn boost the fiscal position of the country and relieve the pressures on the government on its social security expenditures. Moving forward, the country's economic growth can no longer be left to the traditional economic hubs, as they can no longer absorb the service delivery demands imposed by the economic migration. Therefore, attention and investment should be given to the provinces with untapped potential for the development of new industries, including tourism and agriculture. There should be improved coordination at all levels of government between the economic sector departments, public entities, and agencies to allow the formulation of dedicated funding for the sector. The conditional grant allocations have increased in the 2025-26 financial year and over the 2025 MTF. Although conditional grants increased at an aggregate level, the Eastern Cape province is concerned that the comprehensive agricultural support program conditional grant decreases in 2025-26 due to funding that is reprioritized for the blended finance scheme that is administered at the National Department of Agriculture, which disadvantages rural provinces such as the Eastern Cape. The merging of the education infrastructure grant and the school infrastructure backlogs grant is appreciated and will be phased in over the 2025 MTF to improve the coordination of infrastructure delivery plans and programs to ensure alignment in infrastructure projects. The province also appreciates the increase in allocation of the provincial roads maintenance grant, of which funds will be reprioritized over the 2025 MTF within the Department of Transport to provide technical support services for monitoring road maintenance projects implemented by the provinces. At the provincial level, with regard to provincial-owned revenue proposals, it should be noted that the province finalized a revenue study in the 2018-19 financial year, which highlighted the government potential to collect owned revenue through its departments and public entities. In addition, we have noted some risks to the revenue efforts, which include the constrained economic outlook, cooperation with national departments, such as with health on the payovers of patient claims by the Road Accident Fund, the Department of Justice Constitutional Development, and the outstanding payovers of motor vehicle license fees to the provinces by the South African Post Office as a collection agent. We as the Eastern Cape support the report. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We're now proceeding to the MEC for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng, Honorable Mamabolo.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of our province, Gauteng, to greet the entire leadership in the NCOP, but also allow us to greet our Honorable Deputy Minister and all honorable members, all the stakeholders, and of course, all the people. Now, I must also join the honorable members in acknowledging the opportunity to participate in a very important debate on the report of the Select Committee on Finance, on the fiscal framework, and the revenue proposals. Now, I'd like to very upfront start by appreciating the input and, of course, the way in which Honorable Ndlovu, the chair of the committee, has so eloquently and very correctly and well tabled and presented the report. I would like to congratulate the members. Well done.
Honorable MEC, can you please take your seat? Honorable members, can I humbly request you to observe the rules? Honorable MEC, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Now, I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge a very good reflection on the report made by the MEC in the Eastern Cape. He has covered a very good ground. And for that, I would assure you members that I will not be long. And let me also just indicate that as a province of Gauteng, we are here, Honorable Chair and members, to fully convey and announce our support for this report, and would want to urge the House to unanimously support and vote for this report for the reasons that we will give. Let me also just indicate, honorable members, that, Chair, I've had the honor and the privilege given to me by the ANC more often to debate in this House. And I can say without any shade of doubt that I think today the honorable members, Honorable Ryder, have lowered the bar because the issues that you are raising, I thought you will talk to the recommendations of the report, but you have actually taken us through a process preceding this, and I think you have said nothing about the recommendations and how the recommendations take us forward. So I think we must appeal for raising the bar. We still need you to debate the recommendations of the report, not the process before, because we are dealing with the report and its recommendations. And I think on that you have dismally failed, honorable members. Now, I'd like to say that as a province, the reason why we unequivocally support the report without any doubt is that just look at the strategic thrust and content of the recommendations. You will see that the report has, in a very good way, managed to balance the various interests and the various proposals that have been made by the different stakeholders. I must say on behalf of Gauteng, we extol and appreciate the manner in which this report has embraced a very profound principle of diversity of views. And you can look at the stakeholders that have been engaged, consulted, but also how the report goes at great length to accommodate their views, to balance what National Treasury and SARS are saying. And I think here we must give credit where credit is due. The report is very clear on a number of difficulties and complexities, but I think it has done an excellent work to hear the voice of the stakeholders and to recommend a clear process on what needs to be done. And I think the balancing act done here is quite excellent. The report is not saying everything is okay, but we appreciate the manner in which it directs the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister, and SARS to come back to the committee on a whole range of areas and to further engage the stakeholders. We're also impressed by the Chair that the report has also covered the views of those who are in this House who still have the opportunity to engage. Their views are clearly stated here in the report. I don't think they were edited. So to that extent, I think the House must welcome this report, support its next processes and the platforms that it creates for further engagement. So I think on that note, honorable members, we want to urge the House to support this report. If you look at the issues just on the differences around forecasting economic growth, what is being said, the report is very clear that there need to be further engagements and report back to the House. When you look even on how to deal with issues of unemployment, the basic income grant, and say there are different views that have been stated, let Treasury and SARS come back to the committee. So on that note, honorable members, we do not want to regurgitate the report. Honorable Ndlovu has done an excellent work. We want to appreciate the report and call on everybody to be part of a very good process that is participatory, inclusive, transparent, open, and I think the recommendations will stand the test of hearing the good voice of the stakeholders. Thank you very much, honorable members. Well done.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I'm now inviting Honorable Swart from DA, you have 6 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Ministers, MECs, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon, goeiemiddag, molweni. This current 2025 fiscal framework is not a plan to grow South Africans and to take our beautiful country out of this challenging economic situation. This is an ANC plan to survive political indecision, to mask mismanagement, and to stretch an already broken system to its utter limits. Honourable members and fellow South Africans, let's be clear, the DA rejects this fiscal framework, not for political point scoring, but because it continues a cycle of failure that our country can no longer afford. Honourable members, we have to move with the time. If you maintain the status quo of the last 30 years, you will have what you always had: increased poverty, more debt, more corruption, and more unemployment. And yet the ANC, Action SA, and the IFP chose to support this fiscal framework that will take our people deeper in the spiral of poverty. They've chosen the politics of convenience over the urgency of economic reform that we as the DA recommended. Let's talk about the dishonesty and the elephant in the room. The ANC and the Action SA now telling the public that there will be no VAT increase, and no bracket creep. This is not true. Bracket creep is already in effect. From March the 1st, when the tax tables were not adjusted, workers immediately started paying more, even without a raise. VAT is going to 15.5% on 1st of May. This was confirmed in the budget speech. It's built into the current revenue calculations. The only way to reverse these challenges would be through a new rate bill. The ANC will, with no doubt, oppose this, but they need to realize the hard reality that they are not in government alone any longer. They are a 39% party. So don't be misled. These tax increases are already happening, and they will hit the poor of the poorest and the middle class hardest. This will ultimately require people who are jobless, hunger, and homeless to fund our budget. Meanwhile, departments continue with wasteful spending unchecked. We are told to tighten our belts, host expensive delegations, and reward underperforming officials with bloated salaries. South Africans, the debt service bill now stands at approximately 385 billion rand a year. This is more than the entire health and policing budget. We are borrowing money just to pay interest on what we already owe. And while we do that, hospitals fall apart, schools crumble, and local municipalities like my constituency, Beaufort West, are left behind in this country. ESKOM, Transnet, SA, Denel, SA Post Office, the same old names, the same failed outcomes. We are still pouring billions into state-owned entities that are politically captured and operationally bankrupt. These are not investments, and they are lifelines to corruption and more corruption. The DA said earlier,
until SOEs are restructured, reformed, or partnering with the private sector, we are wasting taxpayers' money. Chairperson, the DA came to the fiscal framework negotiations with solutions, but our proposals were ignored because too many parties are committed to maintaining the status quo. Let this be known, the DA is not here to keep the lights on for a failing system. We are here to build something better. We will not be the rubber stamp of a failing government. And that is why it matters who holds the levers of economic power. The DA is not just a party of critique, but we are a party of action. We will not support a framework that builds on lies, funded by the poor, and designed to keep the same broken system in place. I said the other day, we can't wash a failed baby in the same dirty waters over and over again. We will keep fighting for a framework that invests in people, not patronage, reward efforts, not entitlement, and restore the hope that every South African deserves. I thank you. Baie dankie. Njaya Bulayala.
Order, honorable members. I have not called you. Honorable Farmer, please take your seat. Honorable Farmer, please take your seat. I have not called you yet. Honorable members, in our midst, we are being joined by Mr. Kikundi Sulmain, who is the director of the Ugandan Parliamentary Budget Office. Can he rise so that we acknowledge his presence? Thank you very much. Honourable members, the next speaker on my list is Honourable Farmer. Over to you, Honourable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there are 3 entities in this country who see this opportunity, this process as an opportunity to further frustrate our people out there. The Devil Alliance, the ever-failing Front, and the Mama's Kids. Chairperson, it is not easy to comment or react to the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Contributing to my statement is that the Reserve Bank revealed in its latest quarterly bulletin for the last 3 months of 2024 that South Africa has a stagnant local economy with a bleak outlook. In financial circles, it is known that South Africa's economy continues to recover from the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, energy shortages, and subdued global growth, while we have made progress in reducing the fiscal deficit and stabilizing debt, challenges remain. 1, high employment, officially at 32.9%, demands urgent intervention. 2, ESKOM's debt burden and infrastructure gaps require sustainable solutions. And 3, revenue shortfalls persist, necessitating prudent fiscal management. In this environment, it seems as if the 2025 framework is designed to reinforce confidence, encourage investment, and prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable. Considering the report, we propose fiscal consolidation with growth. To ensure long-term sustainability, we propose limiting expenditure growth while safeguarding critical allocations for infrastructure, investment, health, education, and social grants. 2, reducing the budget deficit to below 4% of GDP by 2025-26. 3, we note that the committee remains concerned that at a projected 6.1 trillion in 25-26, expected to reach 6.8 trillion by 27-28, gross loan debt remains significantly high. Considering that in 2009, this ratio was 24%. Therefore, we propose to stabilize debt at the 75% of GDP, down from previous projections, through stricter controls and non-essential spending. We note the committee's recommendation to the Minister of Finance facilitate the receipt of alternative revenue proposals instead of VAT increase. We note the committee refers to a wide range of alternative revenue proposals put forward by stakeholders, including the introduction of a progressive wealth tax, taxation on luxury goods, reform of existing tax incentives, etc. The concern is that the committee alleged the reluctance of National Treasury to consider implementing these alternative revenue proposals. Therefore, we support the committee's recommendation that National Treasury and SARS should reconsider these proposals and engage further with the stakeholders. It is concerning to see the rise in youth unemployment, and very little is prioritized to create opportunities for youth employment. We call on the Minister to reconsider the adequately prioritized for the next generation of South Africa. We call on the Minister to consider prioritizing energy, transport, and water projects through public-private partnerships, to support SMMEs via tax relief measures and reduce red tape. We sincerely hope that social grants will be inflation adjusted to shield beneficiaries from rising costs. Our healthcare system needs urgent attention and hope that NHI funding will be phased in responsibly, ensuring healthcare access without unsustainable deficits. Our municipalities need all the support to improve basic service delivery and financial viability. We call on business to partner in skills development and investment. We call on labor to engage constructively on productivity and wage frameworks. We call on all South Africans to contribute to rebuilding our economy through compliance, innovation, and accountability. In conclusion, the 25 fiscal framework is not merely a set of numbers. It is a covenant with the people of South Africa. It affirms our commitment to stability, justice, and inclusive growth. In a time of global uncertainty, rising debt burdens, and persistent inequality, we would have liked that this framework seeks to strike a delicate balance, consolidating our public finances while protecting essential services, stimulating job creation, and ensuring a fair and equitable tax system. The Patriotic Alliance support the fiscal framework and revenue proposal. Together we rise. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. We are now inviting the next speaker, who is the chairperson of Provincial Treasury in Limpopo Province, Honorable Paddy. She's on virtual platform. Oh, yes. Honorable Badenhorst, you were calling other members to order, yet you're doing one of the very same thing. Can you please take your seat and stop pointing at other members with your hand, please? Over to you, Honorable Paddy.
Thank you very much, Chair. And please receive my warm greetings to you, the Deputy Minister, that it was said is amongst us here. And just to cut the story short, all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, I found it very awkward today in this sitting when those that never knew the word poverty can loudly say they stand for those who are poor. I will really, as you correctly said, I'm from Limpopo. I stand here in support of this report. And again, to say the MEC, Mama Wolo, as well as from the Eastern Cape, was well said, even the Honorable Sanindlov who opened the session. Chair, as the ANC-led government in Limpopo, we always acknowledge our weaknesses, but most importantly, the successes that has made this country a country that everyone else can say whatever they are saying today. Today, Chair, we gather to deliberate one of the most critical instruments of our democracy, the fiscal framework and the money bill.
These are not just technical documents, they are the blueprints of our nation's economic future and manifestation of our social contract with the people of South Africa. As we engage in this debate, we must anchor our discussions in the lived realities of our citizens, the unemployed youth, as I correctly said, that we acknowledge some areas, the struggling small business owners, the rural woman who still battles for the economic inclusion, and the workers who keep industries running despite immense challenges. Honorable Chair, our economy has shown resilience in the face of global headwinds and domestic constraints. However, we cannot ignore the stark realities that is sluggish growth, persistent unemployment, and deepening inequality. The President, in his address on economic reforms, captured this duality when he said, I quote, "While we have made progress in stabilizing our economy, the pace of change remains too slow for those who continue to wait for jobs, for electricity, and for a fair chance to build a better life." This statement reminds us that macroeconomic stability alone is insufficient. We need transformative growth that reaches every township, every village, and every household. The fiscal framework before us must be judged not just by its balance sheets, but by its ability to catalyze job creation, industrialization, and broad-based empowerment. Again, Chair, the efficiency of state-owned enterprises remains a decisive factor in our own economic trajectory. Transnet operational failures have cost our economy billions with port backlogs and rail insufficient strangling exports. ESKOM's inability to continue to deter, I beg your pardon, ESKOM's instability continues to deter investment and suppress small business that cannot afford alternative energy. We acknowledge efforts made thus far, the appointment of experienced leadership at Transnet, the restructuring of ESKOM into separate entity, and the energy action plans focus on ending load shedding. However, as Minister of Transport, Barbara Creasy, rightly noted, she said, the migration of freight from rail to road is unsustainable. It damages our infrastructure, increases costs, and undermines our climate commitments. We must act with urgency to restore rail capacity and modernize our logistics network. Honorable Chair, we must go further. Transnet requires immediate private sector partnership to upgrade infrastructure, while ESKOM needs faster integration of renewable energy to stabilize the grid. The fiscal framework should prioritize these interventions with clear deadlines and accountable mechanisms. Once more, Honorable Chair, no economy can grow in the dark. The Minister of Electricity, Dr. Hossein Tsoramokopa, has emphasized the need to renewable energy, which is, he said, renewable energy is not just an environmental imperative, it is the fastest, most cost-effective way to end load shedding and secure our energy future. We welcome the progress in bid window 6 of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program, but we must remove bureaucratic delays that hold back shovel-ready projects. Furthermore, we must ensure that IPPs are not just large-scale venture, but also support community-owned and Black women-led energy projects, fostering inclusive growth. Again, Chair, a sustainable fiscal framework depends on robust revenue collection. The Minister of Finance, Ino Godogan, has rightly highlighted that tax compliance is not just a legal obligation, it is a measure of trust in our democracy. When citizens and businesses pay their fair share, they invest in the collective future of this nation. SARS has made commendable strides in improving tax administration, but we must broaden the tax base by formalizing informal businesses, tax industry, and cracking down
on illicit finance flows. At the time, we must ensure that revenue is spent efficiently, cutting wasteful expenditure and redirecting funds to high impact sectors like infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Honorable Chair, true economic freedom remains elusive for millions, particularly Black women, who face systematic exclusion from ownership, financing, and high-value sectors. As we commemorate Freedom Day this April month, we recall the words of Mama Albertina Sisulu when she said, "Freedom is meaningless if women remain enslaved in poverty and inequality." Our fiscal policies must actively dismantle these barriers, which means ring-fencing 40% of public procurement for women-owned businesses with a focus on rural and township enterprises, expanding access to low-interest finance for women in agriculture, manufacturing, and renewable energy, strengthening the Black Industrialist Program to ensure women-led firms benefit from industrial funding. And again, Honorable Chair, infrastructure is the backbone of economic growth. The fiscal framework must prioritize the following: expanding road and railway networks to reduce logistics costs, investing in water infrastructure to mitigate drought risk, fast-tracking digital connectivity to enable SMEs to compete in the digital economy. The success of South African National Road Agency in delivering key projects demonstrates what is possible with the efficiency extension. We must replicate this across the infrastructure programs. Honorable Chair, the greatest risk to our fiscal framework is not the lack of good policies, but the failure to implement them with speed and integrity, which I believe in this case, it will happen with speed and integrity. Hold departments accountable for not meeting delivery targets, strengthen consequence management for corruption and efficiency, engage the private sector and labor in a social compact for growth. And as I draw to the conclusion, Honorable Chair, this money bill is more than a fiscal plan. It is a covenant with the people of South Africa. We commend the progress made in stabilizing our finances, but we must demand more agency, more inclusivity, and more tangible results. As we agree that this report must go through, we need to accelerate energy and logistics reforms to unlock growth, invest in marginalized communities to redress apartheid economic legacy. Should I repeat this one? Invest in marginalized communities to redress apartheid's economic legacy. And ensures every rand spent delivers value for the people. The time for half measures is over. The people of South Africa deserve an economy that works for them. Let this fiscal framework be the foundation of that new era. And Honorable Speaker, as I can just give you the short story, I'm one of those.
Honorable Paddy, I'm afraid your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I would like to invite Honorable Majola.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, joining 97% of the stakeholders who deposited their objections to the proposed fiscal framework. Madam Chair, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party also reject 2025 fiscal framework proposed as the Minister of Finance. Madam Chair, this proposed fiscal framework doesn't address the reality of the ordinary South Africa. Instead, it increases taxation over the economic justice, equality, and humanity. Contained on the fiscal framework, the National Treasury projected unrealistic GDP growth by 1.9% for 2025. However, Madam Chair, South African economy has averaged less than 1% growth, which is battling to arrive even at 2% since 22, almost 10 years ago. And it recorded recently in 2024, the 0.6% GDP growth. This forecast ignores the energy insecurity, the collapse in logistics infrastructure, and raising geographical political instability. The very important, Madam Chair, the proposed VAT increase by 0.5% in this financial year 2025 and another 0.5% in 2026, which makes 1% in 2 years. Madam Chair, is an insult to the poor and the working class. The VAT is a direct, in fact, does have a direct impact on poor people, because if you compare the other VAT payers, the business people, they do receive the incentive when it comes to the tax claims season. Therefore, Madam Chair, we reject the VAT increase, and we also proposed that the personal income tax brackets must be annually adjusted to match the current inflation for that particular year, to protect the household consumption and real income. Further to that, Madam Chair, the debt service costs are now projected at an alarming 478.6 billion in 2026, which crowd out for essential services. The debt, the gross debt is expected to rise to 6.8 trillion, or 76% of the GDP. Madam Chair, towards our closure, even yesterday, when we were adopting this report, we did indicate that we will deposit our we did indicate that instead of adopting this report, Madam Chair, we propose the following. Legislative reformed, we proposed that we amend VAT Act number 89 of 1991 and the Public Finance Management Act to require a parliament to approve the VAT rate change to take effect. We further proposed that we need to reinstate the parliament's oversight on all revenue adjusted to prevent the executive overreached. Madam Chair, we further proposed that there is an uncollected 8 billion by SARS. We proposed that we invest more to strengthen the SARS capacity to collect the 8 billion that it's still around the tax invasions. Madam Chair, we further proposed the introduction of the progressive wealth tax for the individual that have a net asset exceeding 10 million. Madam Chair, those who are benefiting from the economy must also invest back to the fiscal of this country. Madam Chair, in my closure, I want to state categorically that the MK party rejects this report. Thank you.
The next speaker on the speakers list is Honorable Ngumalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My humble greetings to your good self and the Deputy Minister was here and all the honorable members present here. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity. Chairperson, just to say that Honorable Majola has just confirmed that yesterday a report was adopted. Thank you very much, Majola. Chairperson, we come today at a crucial juncture in the ongoing journey of our democracy. The fiscal framework and the revenue proposal report under consideration by the House reflect our united commitment to leverage state resources as strategic tool for profound economic change. In ensuring the implementation of the NDP, this budget prioritizes the enhancement of social welfare and targeted investment in infrastructure that will benefit all South Africans. Those who negate this budget's growth strategy demonstrate either a profound misapprehension of our economy landscape or the willful of disregarding for the facts at hand. The truth of the matter is that South Africa faces a multi-faced challenge that extend beyond mere supply-side limitations. It is fundamentally rooted in a significant suppression of limited capacity to be automatically active, without the essential purchasing power needed to engage meaningfully in our economy. In advancing the mandate for economic transformation and the government use of fiscal policy to intensify the fight against poverty and inequality, we must recognize the reality of our country, where a significant portion of our population struggle to make ends meet, where entrepreneurs in our township face barriers to essential infrastructure. We must acknowledge that mere corporate tax reduction or deregulation will not ignite the redistributive economic growth we so desperately need. This budget acknowledges the realities we face and addresses them with careful consideration. Honorable Chairperson, in the current budget and division of revenue allocation, 8.4% of the national raised revenue are allocated to the national government, 41.9% to provinces, and 9.7% to local government. We welcome the increased focus on allocation fund to provinces and increase to local government equitable share. We believe that the review of the white paper on local government is critical to ensure that we reform the structure and approach of funding local government or local municipalities, particularly those without any adequate tax base. Chairperson, the expansion of the social wage represent not only a moral obligation, but also an essential economical requirement for our society's progress. The 5.5 adjustment of in public sector wages amounting to 7.3 billion in the fiscal year of 2025-2026 should be recognized as a vital contribution to the invigorating of our economy through enhancing household consumption. Chairperson, enhancing our social wage intervention require targeted support of the poor and the working class. This includes students who combined family income is just above the NSFAS threshold, yet still encounter obstacles in securing study loan. These students, referred to as missing middle, come from families with annual income between 350 to 600,000. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme will oversee the administration of this loan, utilizing 1.5 billion from the National Skill Fund in 2024-2025 and 3 billion through the MTEF period. This funding will establish vital connection between TVET colleges and our economic development program, ensuring that skill development is directly aligned with the job opportunity that our country demands. Honorable Chair, the fiscal framework prioritized funding for 10 billion over the period term is allocated to increase the subsidy of 24 Rand per day from 17 Rand per day, supporting the ECD for approximately 700,000 more children up to the age of 4 years. This will result in enhancing early childhood development, which will have a positive impact on the lifelong learning and cognizant development of our children. This is a profound intervention which will improve education system outcome. Honorable Chair, the increased spending on infrastructure development is multi-phased in its benefit. Firstly, it tackles our current employment challenge by creating job opportunities across various sectors. This investment strengthens our long-term infrastructure integrity, ensuring that our public facilities are not only reliable, but also capable of accommodating future growth demand. Chairperson, by funding this development today, we're actively investing in future initiatives that will have a transformative impact on our economy. This initiative, Honorable Chair, are expected to drive a substantial economic transformation, attracting foreign direct investment and ultimately improving of standard of living of our people. The total spend on economic regulation and infrastructure is 1 trillion in the midterm, serve as a testament that to our overall development goal to strengthen our public infrastructure. This spend will enable initiatives to strategically address critical backlogs in water, sanitation, electricity maintenance, which have been a significant drain on our economy, costing us significant GDP growth each year, resulting in waste productivity. All South African and also the community. As the African National Congress, we remain committed to strategies that realize job creation and community development, that create an equitable labor market through strategies, infrastructure improvement as supported by the budget. We lay the ground for sustainable economic prosperity for generation to come. This emphasis, Honorable Chairperson of the budget on economic infrastructure, especially in the realm of energy and transport, highlight its exceptional capacity to drive fiscal growth and development. On substantial investment of 19 billion in the renewal of PRASA over the medium-term expenditure framework, alongside efforts dedicated to enhance municipal infrastructure, is poised to significantly lower logistic costs and increase revenue generation by the fiscals. We are committed to safeguard our community by expanding the basket for zero-rated tax items, now encompassing 19 essential items that are necessitated to the daily lives of our people, while also implementing grant increase that outspan inflation. This strategy, Honorable Chair, approach guarantees that our low-income households receive the necessary support they need to strive. We are committed to ensure that our tax system remains equitable and just. As the African National Congress, we remain committed to ensuring accountability of appropriate funds and ensuring that every rand is accounted for. To caution the poor, the fiscal framework include a decision to expand the zero rate food item as mentioned. The provision of social grant will be above inflation rates. On the VAT increase, Honorable Chair, we support the recommendation of the Finance Committee that alternate revenue proposal and expenditure saving to balance the 20 billion shortfall, which must effectively suspend the proposed increase, be finalized and submitted by the committee to the process within 30 days, Chair, for consideration and adoption of the report by the House. Chairperson, the 7.5 billion allocation in the next two financial year is a strategic investment aimed at recovering unclaimed tax revenue, which has the potential to alleviate the strain on the fiscus. We understand the required agency to tackle non-compliance and illicit flow. This will strengthen SARS' effort to collect a significant portion of its projected 800 billion. Chairperson, I think this morning we saw over the news that SARS managed to surpass the targeted amount of 2.5 million. Let me confirm. Yes, it surpassed the target that have been set. So it shows that with the capacity that we are giving to SARS and all the support, SARS will be able to assist us. And I hear Honorable was talking of the issue of the debt, of the debt service cost that will be covered by SARS costs. Really, you could see SARS is hard at work. Chairperson, the proposal put forth by the opposition, which involve reducing funding for essential social services, will have a dire economic consequences for our people. We aim to enhance the financial health of state-owned enterprise through carefully crafted collaboration. We are dedicated to achieving debt stabilization without compromising growth through detrimental cuts. The 2025 budget aimed to strategically lower debt service costs, with the current gross loan debt expected to be 5.6 trillion for 2024-2025, reaching 6.8 trillion by 2027-2028, and stabilizing the debt to GDP ratio around 75%. A critical aspect we should resolve as a country is to focus on the transformation of the financial sector globally and in our country. The lack of adequate private investment in the real economy has a direct effect of our ambition of industrialization and domestic value addition of key natural resources. There are those who will attempt to spread doubt and apprehension, those who hold position of privilege for the 2025-2026 financial year. We made a pivotal decision to prioritize the need of our people above all else, to embrace fairness rather than empty rhetorics, and to champion meaningful change instead of adopting austerity measures that do not result in economic transformation of our people. The ANC has supported the public participation and continue to engage with various social partners to ensure that our fiscal policy cushion the cost of living. Chairperson, with these few words, as the African National Congress, we are saying we are in support of the fiscal framework and also the revenue proposal as tabled by our chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. I'm now inviting Salga, which will be represented by Councillor Ngubane, who has joined in through the virtual platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, the Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, Deputy Minister of Finance, MEC is present, Chief Whip of the NCOP, House Chairperson, honorable members. I think Section 227 of the Constitution of the South Africa entitles the local sphere to an equitable share of national raise revenue so that it can provide basic services and perform the functions allocated to it. Municipalities may also receive additional grants from national or provincial government on a conditional or unconditional basis. Local government has a wide range of functions allocated to it in Schedules 4B and 5B and 5B of the Constitution. Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable Ngumeni, you can proceed. We can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Thank you. In addition,
you.
local government has been given additional responsibilities not contained in the Constitution, either through sector legislation, that is housing, environmental management, and disaster management, because of the historic reasons, but without legal basis, like libraries and primary health care, or for pragmatic reasons, like economic development and municipal policing. Honorable National Chairperson of the NCOP, the framework for funding local government was set out in the White Paper on Local Government 1998. The White Paper noted the financial distress of municipalities at the time and sought to address some of the underlying root causes. Amongst other things, the White Paper noted the need for the fiscal framework to recognize the differences between municipalities. The first principle of the local government fiscal framework is revenue adequacy and certainty. Municipalities need to have access to adequate sources of revenue, either own resources or intergovernmental transfers, to enable them to carry out the functions that have been assigned to them. Municipalities should be encouraged to fully exploit these sources of revenue to meet their developmental objectives. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, a key assumption in the White Paper was that municipalities have sufficient revenue rising powers to be able to fund 90% of their recurrent expenditure out of own revenues. At the time, revenues covered expenditure in the following proportions: RSA 1998-87 rates 20%, proportions RSA 19 electricity 41%, water 12%, sewage and refuse removal 8%. In December, the holder of budget forum resolved that National Treasury, the National Department of Cooperative Governance, and SALCA should review the local government fiscal framework. The local government summit convened on 27 to 28 September 2022 by the then Minister of Culture, tasked SALCA with exploring options and scenarios for reviewing the funding model for local government. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency the President stated the need for the local government fiscal framework to be reviewed. Outcomes of SALCA review of local government fiscal framework. This review of local government fiscal framework sought to develop alternatives to the existing vertical allocation of funds between spheres of government. The empirical basis is intended to lead to the formulation of revised fiscal framework model for local government. Analysis of National Treasury local government budget database indicated that on average, between 2018 and 2019 and 2020-21, municipalities collected a combined 298 billion 2021 rands per annum of own revenues. The municipalities incurred an average expenditure, capital expenditure, and direct operational expenditure of 617 billion per annum. Thus, the municipality own revenue is 60% of recurrent expenditure. The own revenue recurrent cost coverage varies from across municipalities and is highest in metros 7%, and lowest in B4 and C2 municipalities at 22%. Two questions need to be answered to calculate the amount of national funding that local government requires to fulfill its mandate. That is, one, How much should efficient and well-functioning municipalities ideally spend? Secondly, how much revenue can municipalities realistically generate from their own source or sources? Madam Chairperson, findings vertical division revenue, municipalities need to spend an average of 675 million per year for the next 10 years to fulfill their mandate, compared with the current spend of 576 billion, which is short of 100 billion. Municipalities can potentially save 92 billion rand per year through very efficiency measures, reducing bloated staff costs and eliminating fruitless and wasteful expenditure. However, municipal spending has been artificially constrained, no money from own revenue or fiscals by approximately 122 billion per year, 14 billion per year on operating expenditure, and 114 billion per year on capital expenditure. Underfunded mandates cost municipalities an estimated 31 billion per year. 28% of additional revenue could be raised if all municipalities improve their revenue performance to that of the top 30% of municipalities, a potential 92 billion per annum. An additional 9 billion per year could be raised through reducing non-revenue water and electricity and increasing the collection of development charges. Despite all these measures to reduce expenditure and improve revenue, funding shortfall of 58 billion per year remains. The vertical allocation of funds to local government would need to increase from the current projected 10.2% to between 13.5% and 18.8% of the fiscals, enable local government to fulfill its mandate. Findings, horizontal division of revenue was just like this. The basic services portion of the local government equitable share formula currently sufficiently funded on the cost of service provision to poor households in all municipalities categories. However, norms and standards for water and electricity need to be reviewed, 6 kiloliter and 50 kilowatt. However, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, the public services component of the local government equitable share formula underfunded to cover the cost of providing public services to poor households in all categories of municipality. We therefore, Honorable Chairperson, recommend that National Treasury revise the local government division of revenue to a minimum of 13.5% and a maximum of 18.8%. We are also of the opinion that National Treasury and the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation should undertake an equivalent evaluation of the expenditure efficiency of national and provincial departments and their entities to determine any money that can be saved. National government should review the underlying assumptions of the local government funding model at least every 10 years. SALGA welcomed the review of the local government white paper that is underway. National Treasury should consider the distribution of a portion of the fuel levy currently allocated to the national sphere to non-metro municipalities, providing the roads function. Quota National Treasury and GCIS should publicly elevate revised National Consumer Education Program, the issue of residents' responsibility for payment of services at a ministerial level. PFMA, Honorable National Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, should be amended, Honorable MECs, to empower National Treasury to withhold equitable share of national and provincial departments and their entities when they default their payments of municipal accounts. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson of Provinces, of National Council of Provinces, and honorable members.
Thank you
Thanks so
very much, Honorable Councillor Ngubeni. Your time is up. I'm now inviting the MEC for Finance in Northwest, Honorable Ms. Musenogi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the President of SALGA, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here today, the members of the Executive Council present here today, special delegates and delegates of the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, we meet today at the critical juncture as the National Fiscal Framework for the current financial year 2025-2026 is being debated in the NCOP. It is imperative for us as a nation to thoroughly understand and engage with this framework as it directly impacts the lives of our people and has a bearing in the ability of government to deliver services and ensure that developmental programs are maintained. Honorable Chairperson, it is common cause that on the 12th of March, the Minister of Finance, on behalf of the Budget Council, presented the budget and also on behalf of Cabinet after consultation with the Budget Council, which we were also party to as the Northwest Province. The current budget debate is embedded in South African quest to address immediate social needs while ensuring a long-term fiscal sustainability. It serves as a platform for ideological consideration, policy shift suggestions, and rigorous stakeholder engagements with the aim of shaping the national economic trajectory amidst complex challenges. The 2025 budget was tabled during a period where the economy is under pressure, with an expectation that National Treasury for average growth of 1.8% over the medium-term expenditure framework. The country has seen unemployment for the country reach high levels with 31.9% for the fourth quarter of 2024 being reported by Statistics South Africa. It is due to this reason, amongst others, that it remains important for the government to prioritize social spending to cushion our people that face the brunt of the hardship brought on by the underperforming economy coupled with the high rate of unemployment. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the National Fiscal Framework recently tabled again by the Minister outlined the national government economic policy direction, revenue projections, and spending limits. Key aspects of the proposed framework includes the projected economic growth of 1.9 for 2025, a consolidated budget deficit expected to narrow over the medium term, efforts to stabilize government debt through a strengthened primary surplus, and a significant portion of spending allocated to the social wage, around 61%. Honorable Chairperson, the National Fiscal Framework directly influences the provincial equitable share and conditional grant allocation to the province. On the 19th of March 2025, the budget of the Northwest Province was tabled at an allocation of 55 billion. The budget is informed by the National Fiscal Framework, and it anticipates the provincial revenue. The provincial equitable share allocation for the province 2025-2026 financial year amounts to 44.3 billion and conditional grant of 9.5 billion, also forming a significant part of the provincial budget, supporting specific service delivery priorities. It should be noted that any change to the National Fiscal Framework, particularly regarding national transfer allocation to provinces, could have implications for the Northwest Province and other provinces' financial planning and service delivery capacity. Honorable Chairperson, our primary concern as a province is to ensure that the National Fiscal Framework enables the Northwest Province to effectively address the socio-economic challenges faced by our citizens. These challenges include, amongst others, high unemployment rate of 41.3% and poverty levels in the province. The provincial administration recognized the need for fiscal consolidation at national level, but still recognize that it remains crucial that this is achieved in a way that does not disappropriately impact provinces with significant development needs. The province will continue to advocate for a fair and equitable allocation of the national revenue to all provinces to ensure the delivery of quality services in key areas such as health, education, social development, and infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, as demonstrated in our provincial budget, we are prioritizing economic revitalization, job creation through investing 6.6 billion on infrastructure for 2025-2026 financial year. It remains our understanding as the 7th provincial administration, based on the National Fiscal Framework, that collectively we have the responsibility to respond to the 3 priorities reflected in the medium-term development plan urgently, and the National Fiscal Framework provides such an opportunity which should not be delayed or wasted. The province is committed to being transparent and accountable through all procurement processes within the province to ensure that the public funds are used efficiently and effectively. Honorable Chairperson, as the National Council of National Assembly prepares to vote on the fiscal framework, we urge all stakeholders to consider the potential impact on provinces and the livelihoods of our people. We emphasize the importance of intergovernmental cooperation and consultation to ensure that the final fiscal framework is balanced, sustainable, and promotes inclusive growth and development across provinces. The Northwest Provincial Government will continue to monitor developments closely and adapt our provincial plans as necessary to best serve the needs of our people within the national fiscal context. We remain committed to working collaboratively with the national government and other provinces to build a stronger and more prosperous South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, the current budget debate is a multifaceted process where economic priorities, political ideologies, and social needs interface. We understand that under the current government of national unity, it is important that the proposed budget proposal be scrutinized for their feasibility, equity, and effectiveness in addressing the country's challenges. In conclusion, the province supports the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal and commit to work with also as to ensure that the collective implementation of the medium-term development priorities for the benefit of the country and the citizens of the Northwest Province. I thank you, Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ms. Negui. We are now proceeding to the next speaker, which is Honorable van den Berg.
Apart from all the disputing it has caused, this financial framework and revenue report has so many mixed messages. I doubt if anyone can make sense of it. So when in doubt, we have to go back to basics. Fact number 1, taxes and especially increased VAT slows down an economy. And whispering to the masses that they should not be concerned because of the basket of zero-rated items that will be expanded, does not help towards the moderate middle-class voter. Bracket creep also erodes purchasing power, leads to less savings and more debt. This middle class is also the largest tax base and should be accommodated in the budget. Voorsitter, nou moet julle eers weer julle gehoor apparaatjies reg kry, want nou gaan ons Afrikaans praat. Die toets van 'n nuwe begroting raamwerk lê daarin deur te vra of die begroting Suid-Afrika se grootste probleme gaan aanspreek of ten minste daarna toe werk. Soos in die verslag ook vermeld deur verskeie belangegroeperinge se insette, is dit nie die geval nie. Suid-Afrika is tans in 'n ekonomiese krisis gewikkel as gevolg van finansiële en bestuursvergrype. Word hierdie probleme aangespreek? Die antwoord is nee. Veral op munisipale vlak word wanbestuur en oneerlikheid maar net verdra, sonder nagevolge of finansiële straf. Beperkte werksgeleenthede vererger deur ontoereikende ekonomiese groei. is aan die orde van die dag. Word daar met hierdie begroting vir besighede voorsiening gemaak om te groei en te belê in die land? Die antwoord is ook nee. Dan sal werkgeleenthede mos nie kan vermeerder nie. BTW is seker die mees direkte belasting wat 'n land kan hef en normaalweg bekend as 'n hefboom waarmee die regering deur verlaging in die koers besteding versnel, oftewel die ekonomie opwarm en dan afkoel deur die koers te verhoog as inflasie byvoorbeeld te veel styg. BTW word hier verkeerd ingespan en sal dus eerder ekonomiese groei verminder. Voorsitter, almal in die huis en in die land is goed ingelig oor die politieke dooiepunt wat ons tans met hierdie begroting bereik het. Wat ek nie kan verstaan nie, is die onvermoë van die begroting om deur besnoeiing en beheer verkwisting behoorlik aan te spreek. Baie insette deur belanghouers gelewer het ook daarna verwys dat daar oorgenoeg belastinggeld inkom, maar dat dit beter bestee moet word. Die Vryheidsfront Plus is van mening dat die onnodige onderlinge politieke spel nou moet einde kry. Ons moet raakpunte kry en met mekaar saamwerk, sodat ons saam kan fokus op koste, besnoeiings, produktiwiteit en doelmatigheid. Ons is teen 'n verdere belastingverhoging van enige aard. Ons moet almal saamwerk aan ekonomiese groei, deur stabiele beleid en die afskaf van inperkende as ook diskriminerende wetgewing. Ek dank u.
The next speaker on the speakers list who has joined in virtually is Honorable Malepeng from Mpumalanga Province.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. I greet you in the spirit of the National Democratic Revolution and wish to quote Comrade O.R. Tambo, where he said, open quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won, until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men. We cannot rest," close quote. It is against this backdrop that collectively we must be hard at work with a clear sense of agility in effectively servicing our people. The revised fiscal framework and budget must support the government of national unity stated priorities, particularly pertaining to inclusive growth and tackling inequality. As Mpumalanga, we fully support the framework. Honorable Chairperson, accordingly, in democratic countries such as South Africa, the legislature, Mpumalanga legislature or parliament, plays a pivotal role in ensuring that democracy is always upheld and dealing with structural challenges remain our priority. Our transition from apartheid to democracy was a success. It is common knowledge that too many people are trapped in poverty and significantly concentrated in poverty-stricken areas. Honorable Chairperson, in the midst of tackling inequalities, focusing on economic growth through job creation, we will be confronted with unprecedented financial pressures as we have to deliver to our people and meet our constitutional obligations. The role and significance of the fiscal policy in the economic seek to achieve the broader objective with new targets such as unemployment, poverty, inequality, and structural development focused budget that prioritizes public investment in physical infrastructure, shifting our economic towards greener energy, greater financial support for the care of children and the elderly, expanding employment in social services like health and education, greater and more targeted spend towards industrialization and exports, and expanding domestic demand, including through stimulus impact of income transfers on local economies, all of which have been shown to have a positive impact on employment outcomes and gross domestic products. Honorable Chairperson, it is key that the budget process remain a meticulous process, continuous cycle that ensures government spending align with the country's policy goal and objectives. This process will, however, be confronted with a lot of debate, and some against, some are for. And in upholding the spirit and principles of democracy, that is allowed and accepted. However, the reality facing us, and which we must all embrace, is that there are development challenges in some segment of our population, and the broader objective of these new targets seek to address that. The budget standoff among the government of national unity partners extend beyond the initial disagreement regarding the proposed 2% increase in VAT, later revised to 0.5%, aimed at financing increased expenditure. The core issue lies in the urgent need for a more robust economic policy capable of addressing an economy trapped in low growth and struggling to generate jobs. Honorable Chairperson, budget is an important policy planning and monitoring instrument that can be used by Parliament to oversee the alignment of the proposed expenditure with government policy priorities, and more broadly, alignment to the National Development Plan, NDP goals. It is also an oversight tool for monitoring the implementation and achievement of the priority service delivery outputs towards the realization of the NDP goals. Therefore, the issue of efficiency and quality of expenditure is important and will not realize the outcomes we desire, regardless of how much money is allocated. Honorable Chairperson, the reality is that low growth and rising unemployment means that South Africa's economic trajectory is unsustainable. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that most of the issues confronting this government are historically, and it is mammoth process to redress the past injustices which were orchestrated by apartheid. Therefore, the ANC calls on government to implement growth measures that promote economic transformation, support labor-intensive growth, and create a global competitive economy. While we welcome the fiscal framework and revenue proposal broadly, we are gravely concerned with the rising levels of unemployment in our country. Honorable Chairperson, the racial and gender, as well as the rural and urban characteristics of unemployment, poverty, and inequality are not exclusively South African phenomena. However, as a consequence of the apartheid and colonial past, which contributed to the high level of inequality, our country is severely impacted by the phenomenon. In addressing the multiple challenges we face, South Africa, across class and racial lines, must unite around a social compact to renew and rebuild our economy through job creation, social and economic infrastructure investment, and taking care of the vulnerable and poor. Honorable Chairperson, to illustrate the above point, to meet the demand for access to quality public health care systems, it needs to be well-resourced to respond to this, particularly with the implementation of the National Health Insurance. Our social assistance grant are contributing to poverty reduction in large proportion of our population, and that requires serious fiscal consideration based on sound and equitable revenue collection. Education remains our #1 priority, and infrastructure investment is important to ensure that we respond to and become competent to the ever-growing technological innovations globally. The education and early childhood development sector aims to protect and prioritize the development and well-being of children. Access to education is a basic human right in South Africa, regardless of the underspending and or irregular spending. We encourage investment in quality provision of basic education service. In closing, Honorable Chairperson, President Nelson Mandela once said, open quote, "There is nothing I fear more than waking up without a program that will bring a little happiness to those with no resources, those who are poor, illiterate, and ridden with terminal diseases," close quote. We fully support as Mpumalanga the report. This is what we strive to do. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malapeng. We are now moving to the next speaker, which is Honorable Peter.
Evening, Honorable Speaker. Evening, honorable members of this House. Fellow South Africans, please lend me your ears once more. This is a crucial moment for the UDM to express its confidence on this budget location, as it sets the scene for the investing in the right department to achieve faster and stable growth. Given that South Africa's economic growth has been persistently stagnant, remaining below 2% for over a decade, despite various policy interventions aimed at boosting growth, the country continues to face significant socio-economic challenges. Therefore, this budget gives hopes to address the key challenges that contribute to the economic failures. The budget has pro-growth components showing investment on key areas such as infrastructure to benefit the fiscus, as it will create jobs to combat the high unemployment rate. The social grants allocation of 284.7 billion for 2025-2026 financial year will continue to make a difference to the poor people in South Africa. However, the National Treasury should find an effective and sustainable solution to finance the 10 million people who qualify for SRD grant. This grant provides assistance to the millions of unemployed people. Olu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali alukwazi kubacalanye, alukwazi kulala ngengubenye nabaqeshwa bakarhulumente. Babe abemi belilizwe bengajongelanga ntweni. Ukuba thina malungu ale ndlu yowiso-mthetho lwamaphondo siyayala le budget, imivuzo yona siyifunela ntoni? Ukuba thina malungu ale ndlu yowiso-mthetho lwamaphondo siyala le budget, iinqwelo zothutho zikarhulumente sizikhwelela ntoni? Ukuba thina malungu ale ndlu yowiso-mthetho lwamaphondo siyala le budget, ezi zindlu sihlala kuzo zikarhulumente kutheni singaphumi kuzo? Xa ngokwenene sinyanisekile, masambeni siyoba yinxalenye nabemi beli lizwe, iimpula zikalujaca, abadinga kwaneenkobe, kodwa zona izonga zikhona. Nkohlakalo etheni nale sithi urhulumente makayenze? Xa siyala le budget, sithini na nge-SRD grant efunyanwa 10 lezigidi babemi beli lizwe? Kutheni sibaxutha okuncinci abakufumanayo kodwa thina sibe sixhamla kwimivuzo. Ngenxa yoko i-UDM ixhasa ngawo omane le budget isithi ingcinezelo ehleli kwiingqondo zethu ingaba iphuma nini na? Ingaba namhlanje sisacinezelekile na? Siphi na isizwe kule meko imbi kangaka? Baphina abantu bokumela ilizwe. Abemi beli lizwe babona ntoni apha kuthi xa sisithi mabaxuthele isonka, xa besithi mabangatyi? Enkosi, ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Thank you, Honorable Peter. I'm sure, honorable members, you would have noticed that we have skipped the Deputy Minister of Finance. He had to be recused from this sitting as he is supposed to join the National Assembly. They are also engaged in the very same business that we are busy with today. Honorable member, having said that, I'm now inviting Honorable Brits to deliver his speech.
Fellow South Africans, let me ask you a few questions. How easy is it for you to budget and manage your own household? Do you have money left after you've paid all your bills? After you buy food, pay your transport fees, the school fees, the rent, electricity, water, after you've put petrol in your car? How much do you have left for luxuries, like going to the movies or buying takeaways? Or is it a luxury for you to afford medical aid, life insurance, to have garden services, or even save a bit for those unexpected days or old age? And if you can't pay for everything that you must pay, and the things that you want to buy, do you go to bank, to a loan shark, to borrow more money? Or do you go to your neighbor and demand that your neighbor must pay all your expenses? Or do you cut back on your expenses? Do you change your lifestyle? Now that precisely, South Africans, is what's happening with this budget. The state has a long list of things that it must do, like deliver services and to fulfill its constitutional mandate. But it is running out of your money, South Africans, to pay for this all. And the banks and the loan shark does not want to lend them more money because they've borrowed too much money already. And they are a huge risk. The state already spends more servicing its credit card payments than it does on education, on health and policing. With its back against the wall, one would expect the state would tighten its belt. That is what you at home has to do. Now, Auction South Africa and the 39% ANC want to take more of your hard-earned money. The minority ANC and Auction South Africa turns to you and demand that you pay more so that they can waste more. What do you expect of the state? Let's be honest. Do you expect them to cut unnecessary expenses and live within their own means? Do you expect them to make sure that the money that they do have is not wasted. We don't have the luxury to keep on doing more and more of the same and expect a different outcome. That's not going to happen. All that remains is the hard and cruel reality. South Africans can't be expected to pay more in taxes, rates, and indirect charges. It is time for the state to tighten its belt, cut unnecessary expenses, cut wasteful expenses. Stop wasting South Africans' hard-earned money. Since yesterday, the 1st of April, you, South African, are paying 12% more for electricity, and it was not an April Fool's joke. Municipal charges and in all municipalities cost more. If this budget passes, South Africans, you are going to pay for absolutely everything. In this budget, the state expects you to pay 500 billion rands in VAT, 811 billion rands in personal income tax, 331 billion rands in corporate income tax. And with all this extra money, will it grow the economy? Will it create jobs? The answer is a big no. The DA proposes a budget that will grow the economy and create jobs. But this budget will do precisely the opposite. The best practice and studies from around the world teach us that the ideal income tax to GDP ratio should be in the bracket of 18 to 23%. This budget will push the South African ratio up to 26%. Higher tax revenue as a percentage of GDP will result in lower economic growth, as higher taxes reduces disposable income in your pocket. Our percentage point increase, 1% increase in tax will result in a 0.176% increase in real tax revenue for the state. And it will reduce the economy and the economic growth by 0.339%. Do you really want to pay more just to have less? The DA's fiscal proposals boil down to respect for taxpayers' money, for your hard-earned money. It boils down to creating jobs, grow the economy, creating an environment conducive to large-scale investment. South Africa is at a crossroads. The one path leads to more of the same old. The other path leads to economic growth and jobs. Therefore, the DA says no to this proposed fiscal framework. The DA says no to auction South
Your
Africa.
time is up, Honorable Brett. Thank you.
We say yes to South Africans.
Your time is up. Honorable members, I'm now inviting Honorable Lehwase.
Dula setilo wa ntlo ba khuduta makaba ba leng khone ba emedi ba di province ba le ruri le ba ba kgethegileng ba gaetsho ke a le dumedisa. Chairperson, I will not waste my time by responding but one message to the GNU partners with which is the DA. Motsoka pele o rile motlhapisa pudi ngolwana ga se mogami wa yone. Ke tlo go kopa mo DA gore e tlogele go nna bo dimpa di a keke. Tlogelang go nna di la tlhaka dinwa moro. Chairperson, I think it is better for me to Chairperson, let me rather concentrate on the agency to address the structural inhibitors of redistribution of economic growth. Because we have a clear understanding that without economic growth, our ability to have enough revenue to support the microeconomic policy objectives will be undermined. The state is also a key component of the economy through fiscal policy. The ANC seeks to transform our economy to serve all South Africans. The recovery the recovery of state-owned entities, and the enhancement of affordability and reliability in network industries such as energy, transport, and water are critical in South Africa's economic stability, progress, growth, and development. Their efficient functioning is essential to ensuring that businesses remain competitive, industries grow, and citizens have access to basic services. SOEs in network industries were established to provide essential public goods and services that are critical for national development. These entities include ESKOM for energy, transport, it's Transnet and water, and other water entities for supply. I am going to respond to you, Honorable Badenhorst, and I referred to you when I said, "Tlogela go nna mpadi ya keke. Tlogela go agela mo mabakeng a sa go batleng a sa shabanang le wena. O matlho mabedi ga re tlo go ruta maitseo, tlogana tswa ko lapeng." On the 21st of January 2025, ESKOM stated that it has reached 300 days of consecutive days without load shedding. The absence of load shedding has profound positive economic consequences. It drives productivities, boosts investor confidence, and lowers cost of business and consumers. As the African National Congress, we recognize the importance of SOEs in their role for advancement of the national democratic revolution. On the 8th of January this year, the ANC has expressed itself on the January 8th statement, where it highlighted and it stated that as government, we applaud the ESKOM's leadership for their steadfast commitment to resolving the energy crisis. We are also pleased to note that during the State of the National Address, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa stated that we are upgrading our port terminals and rail corridors through freight logistics roadmap, utilizing private investment to restore them to world-class standards, and that Transnet's performance has stabilized and continued to improve. As the ANC remains committed to driving industrialization through a comprehensive and integrated industrial strategy, which is aimed at structural transformation in increasing the total factor productivity of the economy and creates the required jobs. The strategy seeks to enhance economic productivity, promote inclusive growth, and position South Africa as a competitive global industrial player. Key pillars of the approach include optimizing financial sector asset allocations, promoting beneficiation, implementing transformative interventions, leveraging sectoral master plans, and utilizing public procurement as a developmental tool. The SONA 2025 aligns with the ANC's manifesto commitment, and the SONA indicates that to generate employment, we must harness our unique advantages and untapped potential to develop industries of the future, including green manufacturing, renewable energy, electric vehicles, and digital economy. The State of the Nation address further highlighted that this year we will complete a modernized and comprehensive industrial policy designed to stimulate economic growth, and that our strategy focuses on key opportunities in localization, diversification, digitization, and decarbonization. Additionally, SONA shows that we are advancing full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which will eliminate trade barriers across the continent. In line with the transformation agenda of the African National Congress, the 100 billion transformation fund, which is for the Department of Trade and Industry, has announced that on the 24th of January 2025, it was one of the key programs to advance inclusive growth and empowerment. The Transformation Fund aims to promote economic inclusion, address fragmentations, foster sectoral growth, enhance market access, and support industrialization. With these aims, the Transformation Fund seeks to offer both financial and non-financial assistance to Black-owned businesses, consolidate resources for existing enterprise and supplier development, commitment, and other funding streams, and maximize impact and efficiency. This fund will further seek to drive initiative. This fund seeks to drive initiative priorities in high impact industries such
Honorable
as
Lekwase, can you
agriculture.
please take your seat? Honorable Badenhorst, when the speaker is on the podium, can you please afford her an opportunity to speak to the people of South Africa? Don't drown the speaker. Thanks. Over to you, Honorable Lekwase. Please don't drown her. You had your opportunity to express your views. No one interrupted you. Allow her to do as such.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, but I must also say that today, Honorable Badenhorst have exceeded my expectation. He went too low, he stooped too low. His conduct is unbecoming, but we do understand. It's not him that is talking, but the emotions. Finally, the fund will be aligned with South Africa's industrial policy with the aim to drive growth in productive sectors and underdeveloped regions. Market concentration remains a significant challenge in South Africa's economy, where a small number of dominant firms control the key sectors such as banking, retail, telecommunications, and manufacturing. High levels of concentration limit competition, restrict opportunities for new entrants, and reinforce historical economic inequalities. Addressing this issue is critical and it's crucial for fostering inclusive growth, stimulating innovation, and ensuring a more competitive and dynamic economy. Market concentration in South Africa is the result of several historical and structural factors, such as historical economic structures, regulatory and policy barriers, limited access to finance and infrastructure, market power, and anti-competitive practices. The African National Congress in 2025 January 8th statement indicated that we need government with regards to local economic development to strengthen the local economic development capacity of district and local municipalities to help transform the partial concentration of economic activity in South Africa, while fostering the growth and development of township and village economies, which some of the parties are not in understanding and clear on what we are referring to, because they've never had any experiences of what some of us went through. Some of the solutions to addressing market concentration are strengthening competition, policy and regulation, supporting small businesses and Black industrialists, and encouraging sectoral diversification. Operation Vulindlela, which is a strategic initiative aimed at driving reforms and modernizing various sectors of South African economy, has a core focus of unlocking efficiencies by leveraging digital transformation, improving service delivery, and enhancing governance at all levels of government. This initiative is crucial for creating a more competitive, inclusive, and dynamic economy. By addressing the bottlenecks, streamlining regulatory processes, and integrating technology, Operation Vulindlela seeks to foster growth and enhance service delivery, particularly in the digital economy, local government, and other essential sectors. Through Operation Vulindlela, we are working to revitalize small harbors and unlock economic opportunities for communities along our coastlines. At the same time, we are systematically addressing the barriers that have hindered meaningful and accelerated economic growth. The reforms being advanced through Operation Vulindlela are fostering renewed optimism and confidence in our economy. We have also made significant strides in rebuilding and restructuring key network industries. These efforts are they are starting to yield positive outcomes with notable improvements in how these industries function, increased investment activity, and the creation of much needed jobs. Operation Vulindlela has quite a number of achievements reached, such as regulatory changes that have facilitated a substantial increase in private investment, resulting in a pipeline of more than 12,000 megawatts of confirmed projects under development. These projects are anticipated to inject over 220 billion rands in new investments upon implementation. There has been a completion of the analog switch off for frequencies above 694 megahertz on the 31st of July in 2023. This enabled the full utilization of spectrum auctioned in March 2022 by mobile network operators. Lastly, progress has been made in incorporating Transnet National Ports Authority with establishment of an independent subsidiary aimed at enhancing port efficiencies and competitiveness. In order to address the structural inhibitors of redistributive economic growth in South Africa, we need to thoroughly and comprehensively deal with rural development. Rural development is a crucial aspect of South Africa's economy and social progress, with a significant portion of the population residing in rural areas. Ensuring sustainable development in these regions is essential for reducing poverty, fostering economic growth, and addressing social inequalities. Historically, rural areas have been marginalized and underdeveloped due to the legacy of apartheid policies, which concentrated on wealth and infrastructure in urban centers. Today, rural development remains a key priority for government and policymakers to achieve more inclusive and equitable society. One of the most important reasons for rural development, it is a potential to stimulate economic growth and reduce poverty. Many rural communities depend on sustenance farming, informal trade, and limited industrial activity, which often results in low income levels and economic insecurities. By investing in infrastructure, skills development, and support for small businesses, rural economics can become more productive and self-sustaining. Many rural areas in South Africa lack basic infrastructure, including proper roads, electricity, clean water, sanitation, and digital connectivity. These deficiencies hinder economic development and limit access to essential services such as healthcare and education. Many people in rural areas migrate to cities in search of better economic opportunities, education, and healthcare. However, the rapid urbanization leads to overcrowded informal settlement, strained infrastructure, and increased unemployment in cities. The 2022 census indicates that Gauteng alone accounts for 20.3% of South Africa's population. Developing rural economics can slow down migration trends by ensuring that people can find work and access essential services in their home communities. Rural development is not just about the economic growth. It is about ensuring social justice and equal opportunities for South Africa. A strong and thriving rural economy will not only uplift millions of South Africans, but will also reduce pressure on the urban centers, promote balanced economic growth, and create a more resilient and self-sufficient nation. As South Africa continues its journey towards economic transformation, rural development must remain a top priority to ensure that no one is left behind. Re le mokgatlo wa African National Congress, o mo kwa tla o sephara melega dikhutsana re tshegetsa pegelo e beilweng fa pele ga lekgotla go nne re tlhaloganya sentle gore re na le maikarabelo a go tsweletsa kgaratlho tseneledi ya bosetšhaba le go fetola matshelo a batho ka kakaretso. Modulasetilo e re ke tswalele ka gore ga re ntse re le mo loetong la go fetola matshelo ba le bantsi ba itse gore motse re feta wa balala wa barua kgomo re tsena ka one. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, honorable delegates. That concludes the debate. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish to do so. I'm going to start on my extreme left with Western Cape. Over to you, Honorable Paternoster.
Honourable Chairperson, the Western Cape categorically rejects the fiscal framework and revenue proposals tabled before this House. Apart from the obvious procedural irregularities, which I'm glad that you've actually acknowledged today, the fact is that this budget is not a plan to fix the economy. It is a desperate tax grab, one that asks the poor to pay for decades of corruption, cadre deployment, and economic sabotage under the ANC rule. A VAT hike, even if staggered, is a tax on food, on school shoes, on transport to work. It's a tax on survival, and we will not support it. The Democratic Alliance has made it clear there is nothing pro-poor about increasing VAT. In fact, it is the most regressive tax in the arsenal of the ANC, punishing the very people this government claims to protect. Every extra cent added to bread, maize meal, or electricity is a cent stolen from the plate of a child. While national treasury reaches into the pockets of the poor, it protects wasteful spending at the center. Billions continue to be poured into broken SOEs, ghost employees, fruitless programs, and luxury perks for officials. But when it comes to easing the burden on the people, suddenly there's no money. The DA-run Western Cape stands not only against this framework, but for something better: good governance, efficient service delivery, and fiscally responsible pro-poor alternatives. Through clean audit, sound financial management, and honest government, we've shown that it's possible to spend smarter and do more with less. We call for greater fiscal autonomy so that provinces like ours can reinvest savings locally in the communities we serve, not in the chaos of Pretoria. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance offers solutions. 27 billion rand in wasteful spending can be cut, double what's needed to stop this VAT hike. We offer a government that builds, not breaks, a government that lifts people out of poverty rather than taxing them into
Point of order, Chair.
Western Cape will not vote for this.
As a point
betrayal
of
the
order,
poor.
Honorable Badenhorst, can you take your seat? Is it
It's
on
just
a
a-
virtual platform or Honorable
Point of
Farmer?
clarity, Chair,
Yes.
sorry. Point of clarity, please.
Can you be on your feet, Honorable Farmer?
I want to check whether this is a declaration for parties or provinces.
The rules.
Please proceed, Honorable Badenhorst.
Unfortunately, Madam Chair, I didn't bring enough crayons to explain that principle to the honourable member, so I won't delve into it. But let me end by once again saying the Western Cape will not vote for this betrayal of the poor in this House today. Thank you.
I'm now inviting Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Northwest, we support.
I'm inviting Honorable Mabilo.
No rhetoric
Still
from
on
our side.
declaration.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The Northern Cape supports the report. Thank you.
Honorable Ngumalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, there are those who are talking about poverty and poor. They just know this thing on papers. We are from a rural province where we know poverty from that. So what I can say is that as the Mpumalanga province, we are in support of this budget. Thank you.
The province of Limpopo, Honorable.
No,
Mokwele.
thanks very much, Chair. Regil Dumedise. But Chair, before we make our statement, indeed, I'm very much surprised, especially with those that are wearing like soldiers, that today they said in their life they will never support anything that is not supporting the poor. But with the red beret, I'm also surprised to them. But Chair, as the province of Limpopo.
Honorable members, please allow Honorable Mokwele to make his declaration. Honorable members, order, honorable members, please allow him to make his declaration.
Chair, thanks very much, Chair. Honorable members must be patient on this matter because here we talk about the pride of the nation. We talk about we talk about the parent who know how to run the country. I know with the red beret, they never run the country. That is why they don't understand the budget. With the soldier ones, we all know that they are contradicting themselves. But Chair, without wasting time, as the Limpopo province, we are supporting this budget with, even though we are still even accommodating those that are still having issues as we are proceeding. So as Limpopo, the province of Africa Eden, Chair, we are supporting this budget. Thank you.
Honorable Rider, on which rule are you rising on?
Chair, I just wanted to know why the Honourable Farmer didn't raise a point of order on that item. Thank you, Chair.
Hayi kunzima namhlanje icakile ibudget. Honorable Billy.
Chairperson, I have no declaration to make.
Thank you very much. I'm inviting Honorable Mama Bolu.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair. Gauteng.
Honorable members, please listen to the speakers. Over to you, Honorable Minister, MEC.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Gauteng Province, we fully support and we are firmly behind the report. Thank you.
Thanks, MEC. Honorable Dlamini. Ako lebohe mohlomphehi mme modulasetulo wa rona ya hlomphileng e mo ratang haholo. Free State mme hobaneng ena le sebaka se tshwanang le Qwaqwa moo setjhaba sa teng se phelang ka di-grant ho sena mesebetsi. Reporto yena e ama ka ho otloloha batho ba sebaka seo le tse ding ka hara naha ya Afrika Borwa moo ho hlopheuweng. Ya bobedi reporto yena mme e bolela hore ha ntse re metse lefatshe letle batho ba ske ba imelwa ke dibonto tsena tso thung ha ba no afforda ho di patala ka tax increase yena. Mosito o tswela pele. Reporto le budgete di amoheleha mme. Re le Freistata re amohela ka matsoho a mabedi. Re a leboha mme. Honorable Nonkonyane, Inkosi Nonkonyane.
Mgcinisihlalo namalungu abekekileyo. Sila senkukhu sibonwa mhla ligquthayo. I'm rising on behalf of the mighty province of the Eastern Cape to indicate that that province is firmly in support of the report and its recommendation. And we're saying so, Chair and honorable members, on the following basis. The people of this country spoke during the last elections. And in speaking, they were very unequivocal that the ANC will continue to be a majority party. And because of the ANC's being magnanimous in victory in that sense, decided to invite some parties who apparently have demonstrated they have no inkling and understanding of the governance of this country, including the DA. The Democratic Alliance knows that there is no other party in this country, I can dare say in Africa, that has demonstrated more than 113 years to be pro-poor. More than 30 years in government in this country to be pro-poor. All the laws and the policies that we invited you to be part and parcel in its administration are pro-poor. We were together in cabinet. And in cabinet, because they are not democratic, the majority of people, including some members from the ANC, raised certain other things, and then there were robust discussions. And emerging from that discussion, there was therefore a decision that the budget must be presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance, You are part of that. You then decided to go out and invite, unfortunately, people who are ignorant outside the government. They include, of course, the red berets, I'm told, as well as, of course, the other parties that are, and they join you, which is a real problem, because those parties, they clearly understand that they were on the extreme left. Now they are joining a right party to frustrate the African National Congress. I can dare say, Chair and Honorable Minister, that the people of the Eastern Cape, as well the people of South Africa, all of them, including those that are in the Eastern Cape, are actually behind this budget, and we unequivocally support it. And I urge
Your
everyone
time is up, Kamako. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question.
Honorable
There's
Chair.
a hand. Okay. Yes, Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, first of all, I don't think that was a declaration, but I request a copy of this mandate from the table, please.
That you must ask from your province. You can't ask it from us. Okay.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, I rise on a point of order.
Which rule?
Honorable Chair, I'm rising on Rule 69(3).
I'm listening.
Honorable Chair, it's a matter of principle. You've been made aware of the irregularities in the process of getting this report to this House in a formal letter addressed to you by the Democratic Alliance leader in the NCOP. You have made an undertaking today that you will address that issue. Can I just remind you, Honorable Chair, that if you continue with the vote on this flawed report, you are forcing members of Parliament and misleading them into breaking their oaths that they made to obey, respect, and uphold the laws of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Honorable Badenhorst, I must indicate that you've got the right to your opinion. This report has been tabled through the ATC to this House for consideration and adoption. And we didn't short-circle the processes. We allowed rigorous interaction through the debate so that you can express freely, without any hindrances, your views around the fiscal framework policy. Having said that, we've had you. South Africans have had you. All of you across party lines. And as such, I have also indicated that prior to us getting into this sitting, just 2 hours before we got in here, I received a letter which came from Honorable Ryder, which we are more than happy to entertain. Immediately after this, we are going to respond to him. In fact, just before I came in here, I was halfway through to finalize his response. And subsequent to that, as I was seated here with your good selves, yet another objection came in the name of EFF. It was sent to the front table. We are going to respond to that as well. So nothing has been lost, and there's nothing that will preclude this House to conduct its business to its final logical conclusion. And as a matter of fact, we must subject this fiscal framework policy for voting. And accordingly, in terms of the rule, we are going to do just that. We shall now proceed. Well, it's your opinion, because you don't even sit in that committee. Members who sit in that committee, we've heard them, they have spoken, and accordingly, we'll take their word. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals be agreed to. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. And if we don't do that, honorable members, the very same Honorable Badenhorst will go out there and say, no, we've not voted for this. So we must do what is right to the latter. As such, I'm inviting Eastern Cape Inkosi Nonkonyana to cast the vote on behalf of the province of Eastern Cape.
Chairperson and honorable members, the Eastern Cape is voting in support of the report.
Thank you very much. I'm now inviting Free State to vote.
Mohlompe mme modulasetulo Freistata e tshetlelo ananela report ka otloloa ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. I'm inviting the province of Gauteng.
Gauteng province, vote in favor of, in full support of the report.
Thank you very much. I'm inviting the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the people of KZN and the government of provincial unity to say that in the absence of a mandate from the premier of the province of KZN will abstain.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. The province of Limpopo.
Re a leboga modulasetulo. Re a leboga modulasetulo. Re le province ya Limpopo, re amogela raporote ka matsogo a mabedi.
La e amogela, la e votela. In favor or against?
In favor, in favor.
Thank you. The province of Mpumalanga.
Angbonge sihlalo si province yeMpumalanga la kuvela khona langa si vote in favor kule report. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. The province of Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The largest province in the country is in favor of the report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. The province of Northwest.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, as Bokone Bophirima, we are in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. The province of Western Cape.
Honorable Chair, the Western Cape rejects this irregular and procedurally flawed report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The voting is now closed. In accordance with the votes that were cast here in the House, 7 provinces have voted in favor of the fiscal framework policy report, whilst 1 province, which is KwaZulu-Natal, abstained, and 1 province, which is Western Cape, has rejected to the report. And I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, in our African tradition, when a person has accomplished something commendable or extraordinary, it is important to show and offer our sincere thanks. With that in mind, I kindly ask the esteemed members to permit me to express gratitude to Ugandan officials present whom I believe he represents the people of Uganda. We as South Africans deeply value the role that the people of Uganda in the liberation played during our liberation of our country. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to the people of Uganda. We will never forget their contribution in our struggle for liberation. Your generosity, humility provided to our comrades during the difficult times has not gone unnoticed. And we want to say to you, Asante Sana. Having said that, I want to take this opportunity and thank the permanent delegates of this esteemed house of the NCOP, our MECs in the midst, the chairpersons who have also joined this sitting of today, as well as the SALGA representatives, our guests, our officials, for also partaking in this crucial debate. Having said that, honorable delegates, that then brings us to the conclusion of the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Long live the chair.
Leave the chair, long live.
Recording stopped.